Feedback has been noted. Stream is starting approximately 17 seconds ahead of schedule. Better get to it. Alright. Last time around, found this nice little rock called Venus. It's ours now. Which usually means people are gonna wanna come around and start collecting. Gonna have to plan for that. Right. Stuff is only just starting to get built. Slap the soil nanites in there. And I do have a lot of AI cores. I think I'm only gonna use one for now. The more of those you have, the more the hegemony starts getting suspicious. It also kind of pisses off the pathers, but we're gonna have to deal with them anyway. Alright. So once farming's done, way station will get started. What do I want to have built after that? Just a cryo revival facility which needs a lot of organics. And I am mining, or I could be mining some. But right now, not mining any. That's gonna be a bunch of upkeep to get it running. But since the cryo sleeper is in system, it says if the demand is unmet, the maximum growth bonus is reduced by 50%. But that would just take the population growth bonus from plus 30 to plus 15. I look at this. That's still enough to double the growth amount. So, bigger population, more industries. But also bigger population, more people wanting to mess with us. But I think that goes out the window once I hit 4 population anyway, so what difference does it really make? I'll get that set up. After that, I want all 3 of these, but maybe start with orbital station. We'll make it high tech. Don't think it's the best one, but it's the one I'm going for. That, ground defense, then the patrol HQ. Alright, all queued up. Another thing I can do, which actually I already did, put all the weapons away on the planet. Another thing I've been meaning to do is put away some of these champions. I'll keep the Furies for now, but I do plan on replacing those with frigates instead. Eventually. Wants me to go raid a warehouse belonging to the Persian League. Which they're not terribly friendly with me right now anyways, so wouldn't change too much. It's not terribly much money though. all that stuff is set up. There are still more planets to explore. Mainly around this kind of crescent. Got everything up here and up there. Right. Kinda low on supplies though. Could wait about 120 days to get the way station and then just grab supplies from the colony. But that's gonna take a while. How about I finally get around to doing some more Galatia Academy missions? You want to get those done eventually. I'm not hostile to hegemony, so maybe I start with Nachiketa. Take the space highway for this. Maybe that was a mistake. Never mind, there's another one over this way. Supposedly. Never mind. I forgot, it's right around the time of year where, that shit all resets. Might be in trouble. Right up there. Running pretty low on supplies. Maybe I go get that stuff first. I will buy all of it. Oh yeah, while I'm here, did have some people to talk to. Oh hey, Billy. It's going good. Hope it's going good for you too. Maybe I contacted the wrong guy. Take someone lower down the chain. This guy. No, never mind. Didn't I have the mission from someone or other? Go contact High Command because of the not necessarily the planet killer, but the guys over at Sentinel. Get where that mission is. Well, don't see it anywhere. And the guy doesn't let me talk about it, so it's probably not important. Alright, go pick up some fuel. Have I played Space Rangers? Can't say I have, but the name is somewhat familiar. Can't quite place it though. Very similar vibes. No, you've piqued my interest. Let me look it up real quick. Oh, from the results I'm getting, there's a TV series and a video game. Video game is Space Rangers HD, A War Apart. Released back in 2013. Seems kinda neat. And then the synopsis for the TV series says, in the year 2104, the Earth colony Fort Hope on the distant planet Avalon struggles to survive. All force of police/marines called the Space Rangers Corps are the first, last, and only line of defense for the colonies, or for the colonists, against crime and perils of interstellar exploration. The series concentrates on Captain John Boone and his team of Rangers aboard Ranger Slingship number 377. Seems interesting. And it's DRM free. No, sounds like I might have to go check that out. I'm definitely no space game aficionado, but could put more effort into it, since I don't think I played a spaceship game I haven't liked. Although I think that list is like this game, FTL, and Delta V. It's not a very long list. Anyway, what was I doing? Oh, right. Galatia. Game has rough edges, some court problems, and a lost first iteration in history. Like a lost media kind of thing. Space Rangers HD is Space Rangers 2 Dominators. So they lost the first game? Or was the first game just not worth bringing forwards? No, that's kind of a very subjective thing to decide on, but I don't really know the history. Source code is non-existent as of right now. Okay, let's turn these in. You open the comms to Academician Sebastian. Oh, Captain. Sebastian looks uncharacteristically groomy. Or gloomy. Not groomy. Totally separate thing. I heard about what happened. I feel so bad for the Terran biology department. I'm sure they're devastated. He looks downcast at the datapad in front of him. Give it a moment. Yes, we should carry on. It's what they would have wanted. Lifts his datapad back up and taps it once on his desk. And the report from the replacement researchers about your performance was, he squints. Satisfactory on the whole. And with the data you collected from the outpost site, his mood is improving rapidly, you note. The mission isn't a total failure. Look at all of this. Taps excitedly at things on the display you can't see. And I've been authorized to release your payment in full. 68,000 credits. And the other mission. Academician Sebastian glances between the two datapads he's holding, one in each hand. Captain, you have no idea how worried Gravity Control was about this, He considers for a moment. An extremely rare material sample. That's what it was. They'll be absolutely delighted when I let them know you found it. First, though, I'll let the finance office know to release your payment. 69,000. Very nice. They'll have 2 more missions. Tritachyon black site extraction or data retrieval from the ruins on Vakub Kam. Funny name. Ask about that one. Academician Sebastian makes a series of small, odd noises as he reads his datapad. No. Okay. Turns to you, closes his eyes to brace for a moment, then puts on an impressive smile before proceeding. So, this won't be a problem, right? we've got the exact coordinates of the data vault for you on VacuumCom in the Valfire system, which is 23 light years away. You get in, you get out, and once you're in hypercom range, just send the encrypted contents back to the academy, and the finance office will pay you 100,000 credits. No problem. But a longish pause, which is unusual for academician Sebastian, as a way of filling uncomfortable gaps in conversation. But we're not supposed to talk about it. But if you recall all those rumors around the first AI war, well, you can ask in the Persian Studies Department maybe. But there's a possibility, maybe, that you'll be encountering certain, looks down to check the exact phrasing, autonomous weapon systems. Says it might be quite dangerous, which is why this pays more than usual. I'm sure it's nothing, right? You'll be fine. I think so too. Except... Great. Is there anything else I can do for you today? Yeah, let's do the other one while I'm at it. Yeah, okay. Sebastian clears his throat nervously. The provost said I shouldn't, I can't tell you the location of the target system until after you accept. So, trails off and realigns the data pad on this desk, as if that might help. Everything set to order. He's got no choice but to continue speaking. This mission requires discretion. As I'm sure you know, there are many technically unclaimed systems outside the core worlds. If some polity were to make an official claim, they'd have to establish a charter and, well, this would technically give the domain jurisdiction. Of course, without the domain around, the hegemony has claimed successor status and has therefore stepped into the role of... Sebastian notices you drifting. I'm sorry, Captain. What I meant to say is that the Tritachyon Corporation considers the site in question to be outside the jurisdiction of, anyone. And it is therefore within their rights to establish, a secret research base. And defend them however they see fit. The hegemony disagrees. And so, Sebastian pinches his eyes shut for a moment. They hire these mercenaries and they shoot anything that comes near it. It's terrible. Watch out for mercs. Got it. Now the mission? Oh, I was just getting to that. Well, the previous provost, Tomas Kalikor, he worked closely with Tritachyon. There was some pretty exciting research actually, and... Sorry, the mission. An academician from the Galatia Academy is still stationed at one of those secret research bases, and Provost Baird wants them back. But this academician was never there in the first place, technically. Legally speaking. Because it was all a big secret. Sebastian looks pained at the logic of these politics. So Tritachyon isn't, cooperating. You see? Do you want me to rescue a researcher from a secret Tritachyon base? Yes, exactly. Sebastian seems relieved at your understanding. The researcher wants to come home. He managed to get some communications out, and we've set up a whole system. He looks around. Please, don't tell anyone. I told you that part. So if you can help, Provost Baird has insisted that you receive 100,000 credits. I'm authorized to provide more information if you accept. Oh. Yeah, the reason they can't find this game on Steam is because it's not on Steam currently. There is, I think they said, or at least one of the developers said that he plans that once the game reaches 1.0, he'll put it on Steam. But right now you can only find it on their website, which would be fractalsoftworks.com. It looks kinda sketchy, you know, for modern day. But don't worry, they haven't stolen my credit card yet. It's definitely still in progress, as long as that progress is taking. That being said, they are planning to do another update sometime soon. It's not going to be the 1.0, but some of the changes seem pretty neat. One of those cases of very slow development. But I'm here for it. Anyway, we accept the mission. Wonderful. Academician Sebastian looks relieved. The research base is on the planet Minos in the Yabadish system, which is 29 light years from here. All the way over there. You'll want to avoid the mercenary patrols. We believe they'll be guarding all the jump points, so if you can find a large gravity well to jump to, that could get you safely in system. Then go to where the research base is hidden and contact Academician Canada McKay. The coded frequency that'll provide. You should be able to shut down the base's security for long enough to get aboard your ship. Current version, shoot. Usually it says it right up there, but it's kind of blurred by the background thing. I'll check it again once it's outside the thing. But I think it says 0.98A-RC8. That being said, I wouldn't hold my breath on 1.0 being anytime soon. Just a feeling. Alright, where was I at? Alright, the whole paragraph. Sebastian rereads his datapad with a concerned look, then adds, "There's a way to get back to hyperspace without using a jump point. It might be helpful." He looks up at you, perhaps wondering if you'll think him insane. It's not a joke. Before the hegemony arrested so many of our top hyperspace researchers after the big incident. One of them, academician Sila Coureurs, was working on this theory, and we were very close to finding an application for a sort of transverse jump, which could move a ship directly to hyperspace from normal space. He puts down the datapad looking worried. Theoretically. Oh, I know how to do that. You... what? Sebastian looks stunned, processing your statement. I suppose, of course, there were rumors, anecdotes, you mind providing some of your navigational logs? Data would be quite fascinating and... Yeah, sure. I'll have my nav officer provide everything you need. Wonderful, he smiles. This could confirm the, right. You have things to do. Where were we? Academician Sebastian sits up a little straighter. Yes, I'll transmit all the necessary information, Captain. Good luck. He puts down and then picks up his datapad. And please, be careful, he adds. Alright. Missions to go do. Also, a better look at the version number up there. 0.9A-RC8. So I did have it right. Unless if I'm not actually on the latest version. That might also be possible. So one of them is over there, the other one's over that way. Go do this one first. Plus I'm gonna need more fuel. Go have a visit to the gas station. Got all these blueprints I could be selling. But I don't need the money just yet. Alright. Fuel's all the way up. Over to Yabadish. What are the odds there's a slipstream right down here? Not very good. But it does say there's one somewhere over here. Here it is. Hey, bunch of punching bags. Most dangerous thing they have is the eradicators. Should be a walk in the park. stop pissing the Legion. It's not for you. Two eradicators down. Don't see any others. Oh hey, it's a raid. Whole bunch of people to disappoint. How you doing? Hello to you too, Azerwind. What were you up to? Playing some Starsector. Always a good choice. I'm just, blasting some paffers. What kind of run you doing? Oh, figuring out quality stuff in crises. So I'm guessing you just got started with that. Yeah, I actually got started on a colony on this playthrough just last time I played, so the build-up is in progress. Looks like I'm done with this fight. Claim victory. And send in a couple of guys. Clean up. Alright. Doing a mostly midline and low-tech fleet. Yep. I have nothing to complain about. I do have a little bit of everything in this current fleet, but it's definitely more on the high-tech side of things. Mostly because, I can't resist the doom. I have to do it every time. But yeah, I guess I should show off that rock I found. It's got not a great amount of resources, and it's a little bit cold. But it's got some other good stuff nearby, like say, a cryo sleeper. I'm getting that cryo revival facility online. Gonna have a whole lot of people in here once that's built. Drive sucker. Be gone. Same kind of colony. Sounds like a good one then. Yeah, right now I'm trying to get some missions done for the Galatia Academy. Right now for this one, they want me to go borrow a researcher from one of the Tritachyon black sites. Wanted to do a Battlestar Galactica kind of thing. Missiles and fighters gravitated towards the Legion after you ran across one of them in the derelicts. That is a good choice. The only part I don't like about doing battle carrier related stuff is all the good ones seem to be low tech. Well, I say that. There is the Odyssey. Although I've been just kinda loading them up with cheap interceptor drones, so don't have to worry about chewing through the crews. But I've also picked up these automated versions of some 14th Legion battleships and stuff. I've found these on previous playthroughs, but I've never actually used them. So, hey, why not give it a shot? Yeah, Odyssey's definitely not for everyone though. Cause, like a lot of high-tech ships, it's doesn't have the best layout of weaponry. Like most of it is small energy, a couple of large energy, then there's the synergy slot. But for the most part, I've been liking them. Just kind of have to play around with the loadout a little bit, because a bad loadout and a bad captain, and they just kind of fling themselves into the enemy force and die instantly. But that being said, kit them out properly, they're pretty nice. Although I guess that kind of applies to all ships. A bad Legion does the exact same thing. Oh hey, there's the Mercs. They've got a Paragon, couple of Moras, and a bunch of other stuff. I'm sure I can take them. Alright, so used these ones last time. Send in the Odysseys and a couple of meatballs. Yeah, Conquest is one of those that's very similar, where the potential and the average performance aren't very close. I think a lot of people prefer it as a player ship, because if you do it right, you can get a lot out of it. If you do it wrong, well, it's kind of a waste. I guess the most important part, especially for any kind of capital, is yeah, sure, it can probably take on 10 ships and win, just usually not all at the same time. Kinda like the Doom here. Couple of these guys, no problem. 10 of them at the same time, yeah, not so much. That guy's getting lit up. Sure hope he's gonna be fine, because I'm not gonna get there in time. But I will try to get there. Take out their flagship. They don't have much of a fleet left. Alright, you survived with a little bit less armor. Add a couple more. Well, one meatball and a bubble. Should be enough. Take these guys out. Less small ships distracting stuff, the better. That being said, they're distracting me. Rest of the fleet's doing fine, right? Seems like it. Alright, his armor's done. And now he's done. Alright. Rest should be pretty simple. Main task is gonna be making sure no one runs. Nice, beautiful backside. Drop 6 mines right behind it. Got all the carriers out of the way. What do we have left? Single Fury class. Over there. Kill. soon as I show up, he's toast. Also, I lost a monitor. Somehow. Alright, bricks are done. Check out the rest of the planets here. Free the researcher. And the job's basically over. Wonder if there's a research lab over by the black hole. Doesn't seem like it. Some ruins. A bunch of organics. Your fleet approaches minnows. There's no outward sign of a Tritachyon research base. Captain, your sensors officer brings your attention to a cluster of weak neutrino sources in the southern hemisphere. Wouldn't have caught it if we didn't know what to look for. Then we send the coded burst on the frequency provided by Sebastian. Almost immediately, a worried face appears, dripping sweat. "Stars beyond," he exclaims. "You actually came. I'm academician Canada McKay, and I'm ready to leave. Right now." He laughs, sounding just a little unhinged. It's been rads and ruins. Long time. I've pulled a copy of all the base archives and... He grins and holds up a small data chip. The little secret Baird wants so badly. The EMP is about to go off, so don't panic when you detect it. I've hidden the shuttle in the shielded bay and I'll meet you in orbit soon. Just remember. A frantic alarm sounds behind him. The researcher looks over his shoulder. Let's hells. The signal cuts out. EMP goes off like a flash bulb on your bridge holo display of the planet below. All stations set to high alert. You wait tense minutes for any sign of Baird's informant. "There," shouts your tactical officer. The bridge display zooms in to a small energy source that just made low orbit. A tiny cargo shuttle without even a closed cockpit. Visual scans can just make out a suited figure riding on its light chassis. Weak thrusters pushing a course towards intercept. A space ops team ushers the freed academician into a debriefing chamber. "Captain," he says, with a panic in his eyes. "There's no time. They got a signal out before the comms went down. I've got this." He fumbles with a pouch on his vacuum rig, pulling out the data chip from earlier. It's a software badge. Routes and modifies hyperdrive field software. Then, on command, you can engage transverse jump. Jump from normal space to hyperspace. A manic gleam comes into Canada McKay's eyes. Anywhere. No need. I already know how to do that. Yeah, what? Canada McKay looks at you, confused. I've heard rumors, just spacer stories, I thought. There's no way you could tune the hyperdrive field that accurately on manual control. And if you made one mistake... He shakes his head, forlorn in the conclusion that he has been rescued by a captain whose primary reactor is missing some shielding. You take the data chip from Canada McKay's trembling hand. Provost Baird wants this thing, so she'll get it. You order the academician to be seen to quarters and watched. As you return to the bridge to decide whether to transfer jump directly to hyperspace or deal with the incoming mercs the old-fashioned way. Joke's on you, Texlog. Already dealt with them. Check out the last couple of planets, and I'll go over to do the other mission. Widespread ruins. With not much of value. Seems to be everything here. The other one was over here, in Valvar. Leave the exploration for later. Just go straight to it. So how's the construction going? 17 days to way station, 48 days to spaceport upgrade. Exporting 4 food. Or producing 4. Or no wait, also exporting. Controls 4% of the global market share. Very nice. Oh hey, more mercs. Conquest, a bunch of dominators, and some smaller stuff. It's not quite a balanced fleet. But it doesn't matter. You got this in the bag. That being said, stick an extra meatball in here. Right, last fight I went for the small stuff. How about this time I go for the big stuff? Namely that guy. ISS Dauntless. of that Reaper. There goes the menu. Go get him, champ. Not much of them left now. And that's all of it. Other than the support fleet. Make a little boost off of this. Not quite the right direction. Close enough. Riding the wave. High danger level. Give it a quick save. This should be enough to take them on. And if not, it'll be some useful data for what to improve. Also gives me plenty of time to sip, since I don't have to worry about dropping mines everywhere. The only dangerous thing they have right now is the Nova. But usually they're not a problem. Usually. And it looks like it won't be a problem this time either. Got absolutely clobbered. Although now Mini is showing their ass to everyone else. Damn. At least there was only robots and not any people on board. An acceptable casualty. Here we go. $93 to repair. A bit of a bigger Blue Ranch fleet. Come on, dude. Getting lucky with the battlefield layouts. Much prefer when the two important ones are on the opposite ends. And the not so important ones on the sides. Throw in the bubble and a meatball. Now we are going to have to worry about that guy. The Radiant. Guyon Rose. That one over there's got a paladin. This guy out fast. Is what I'd love to do if he didn't just shoot down all the Reapers. Damn it. Both the Brilliants have friggin' paladins on them. It's gonna be a problem. The other one's focused on the monitor. Now's my chance to take out the Radiant. Don't know how I forgot the name, but I sure did. There we go. The only other threats are the two Brilliants. Damn it. One of the Anubis just got blown up. Prevent them from backing up. The Odyssey will take care of them. Knocked out that guy's engines. Still got armor to work with. Nearly down. And down. Now it's just to clean up. Mission complete. One lost, however. Lost 50 crew, 9 recovered, net loss 41. The base is right over there. And I'm thinking now would be a pretty good time for a short break. Be right back. Alright, I'm back. Couple of contacts there. Probably the debris field up there. And then the objective. Oh, another thing is there's the don't see it on this screen. Warning beacons, that's the one. I don't want to blow up the bases at all of the red beacon areas. And this one is pretty far from my colony. So I'm thinking I might blow this one up. So once they're gone, the remnants stop spawning around here. See how this does. Not looking great so far. Slowly getting pecked to death. It takes forever for the champions to get into position. That said, it ended pretty quickly once it was. Yep, no losses. Can't complain about that. and a small salvage team down to access the data vault and extract the specified data cores without undue difficulty. Mission's done. Ocean world with an inimical biosphere, tectonic activity, and high gravity. And also ruins. Bunch more remnants. Worst they have is some Apex classes. I'm pretty sure I can take him. Just maybe not all at the same time. I think for this one, how about I fly one of the Odysseys? Think I'll stick around Brick and Many, provide some fire support. Or maybe I just go in. That's also an option. Alright, one of them is isolated, the other three are in this cluster right here. Both of the automated ships are trying to kill that guy. Do it quick. Could just leave the monitor as a sacrificial lamb. But I prefer if it didn't explode. sorta surrounded. Smash right into him. Slowly tearing him apart. Don't have to worry about that guy. Nubis over there is gonna need some help. Absolutely slam him. Yeah, the paladin's pretty damn nice. Especially when you got that expanded mag. Right, that's one of the fleets. They're all circling whatever that is. Only got 2 brilliant classes as their main ships. So maybe I shouldn't go too overkill on this. 2 Odysseys and a bunch of Furies. See how this goes. Also, I'm pretty sure some of the champions I took out of the fleet had some captains on them, and I've been too lazy to reassign them. I have to remember to do that after this battle. Actually, one thing I've been thinking, maybe I should replace the large slot synergy ones that I currently have the catapult in with a second paladin. I probably should, especially since I have expended mags on all of these. I noticed that I still have a tachyon lance on this one. Might have to redo the loadouts. Actually, that's one thing I just remembered. I did go and take out the fractals. And I never equipped the weapons I got from them onto any of my ships. Definitely gonna have to look at the loadouts again. So this guy is not doing well. There he goes. Same thing with the other guy. Might have to introduce myself to the equation. going back up the Odysseys. I'm gonna get surrounded pretty soon. Enemy forces are backing off. If I can take out that Scintilla class. Or this guy. There he goes. And there he goes. Double kill. And just that guy left. The thrilling stalemate. How about I break it? Yeah, the Furies definitely have a way of getting themselves killed. Would probably help if I had a little bit of upgrades put into them. Like a large shrike. That is absolutely how I would describe them. They can be very good, they can be very helpful, but one wrong move, kaboom. Which is why I'm thinking I'm just not using them right. Because I have used strikes before and managed to have them be pretty effective. More as support ships than anything. find the right way to use them. Actually, maybe that's how I should be using them, purely as support ships. Stick on a ECM module or system or whatever, and a nav relay. Just have them escort the bigger ships. Although, 20 points is still a lot for an escort ship. The brick is getting fucked up. Meant to flank and pick off smaller stuff. Certainly not meant to go up against an onslaught or a legion. That is true. But if they do a worse job than a frigate or destroyer, then what's the point? Because it's a light cruiser, right? I don't know. Maybe it's just a design issue, as in I should just go with smaller ships to start with. Maybe I'm just using them wrong. I'd like to believe it's a second one. That being said, there are some ships that I've tried to make work and never did, like the Griffin. Which, it does have the same issue you just mentioned of the AI doesn't really know how to use it right. Just the one guy left. Blueprints for an ion pulsar. Alright. Gonna go take out the Remnant's house. Get that last planet scanned, and then I'll be done here. I've heard of it, but it is the important food. Another big bunch of it. That's all the point defense they have. The rest should come down like a house of cards. One segment. Easy peasy. Slightly beefier looking fleet there. Let him chase me for a little bit, then turn around and engage him. They're all up in the top right. Not sure quite what I want to bring in. The mint and the copy pasta. Alright, gonna have to worry about a big mover here. And the Upsilon Duchess. Radiant's going over there. Got the long range techie on. But the Upsilon Duchess is looking all kinds of fucked up. Shouldn't take long before it falls. And the big mover doesn't have anything big near it. I'm just gonna stay on top of him. There goes the Nova. Nearly got it in one go. Nearly only counts for hand grenades. Don't have to work very hard when he teleports right on top of the mine. But I'll take it. The fight's looking good. Just have to stop taking avoidable damage myself. Both engines offline. Hit him with the purple. I ever flown a cigarette? I have. Not very long though, because by the point I had it, I had pretty much completed everything in the game. And at that point it was just kind of a victory lap. One of those things where I know it's good, but I've never really used it. Although I know there's some extra stuff I could have been doing with it, namely the stuff in the abyss. That is one thing I am aiming to actually get around to doing. Alright, for this one, send in the backup crew. I get the feeling that maybe I'd be better off assigning the champions to escort the low-tech ships. But I'm sure it'll be fine. Being said, you follow the many. Overloaded that guy in like a second. Champions are just getting clowned on about everything that's getting more maneuverable. And the monitor's gonna go down. Damn. And the other champion got knocked out. Not looking good for this guy. Unless if he keeps getting decisive strikes like that. But here comes the big boys. Damn. Here he goes. Let's send in some reinforcements. Aurora is getting wrecked also. I chose poorly when I put this fleet together. We are now in spin mode. Alright, all the frontal armor's gone, but I'm not dead. Consider that a victory. So the brick looks like it might be in trouble. Maybe. Probably. Second thought, seems fine. Always underestimate how maneuverable these things are. Top speed of 88, which is pretty damn good for a cruiser. First successful fight. Successful in massive air quote. Administrator Disiet Green. I already have the one. I'll need another one later, but much later. Alright, that's this place done. Both the missions I needed complete are complete. Go back to Galatia. And I'm thinking maybe I should go and grab the Mark 1. It'll be fun. Sure. Danger Fred, hi. How's the colony doing? Megaports complete, way station and farming complete. No one is capable of providing 10 organics. So the cryo revival facility won't be operating at full capacity, but I guess it doesn't have to. Really a threat if they don't have at least 3 brilliants in their fleet though. Yeah, there's always the rare fleet that's got like, I don't know, 8 apexes or multiple, what are they called again? Ones that teleport, the really big ones. That was a bad time to forget. And looking up Remnant does not bring it up. Looking up Capital doesn't bring it up. Just scroll. Alright. Radiant. How could I forget? Yeah, these guys. Wonders 1, it's bad enough. Wonders like 3, that's a problem. And since I'm here, let's read it out. A remnant of the autonomous AI fleets developed by the Tritachyon Corporation. Illegal under domain and hegemony law, and an abomination to the Church of Galactic Redemption. The first AI wars saw these creations purged from the sector, so the official histories say. The Radiant battleship was an outrageous blue sky design created by some naval architecture unit given special indulgence by the Tritag VP's bloated grandiosity. Both the official and existing unofficial histories of the first AI war never mention this class of ship ever being produced, because an integrated phase skimmer could never be stable on this ship of such size. Surely, it would explode into an infinity of curiously whirled, short-lived child dimensions upon initiation of the first skip. Nonetheless, here it is. No, technically I think there is a way to fly it yourself. This requires a very specific skill set. By that I mean I think if you have the neural link and automated ships, then you can do it. Not that I've ever tried. But supposedly, it should work. Alright, turn this stuff in. You open the comms to Academician Sebastian. Captain, thank you for returning. Sebastian freezes, then lowers his voice. For returning, the researcher. Provost Baird will be very pleased. She's restarting the hyperspace, well, I shouldn't ruin it. I'm sure there'll be a proper announcement when they're all ready. No, I've got plenty of money. Could you help me set up a scholarship trust for promising students? What a wonderful idea, Captain. Sebastian starts tapping away at his terminal, pulling up forms. I feel, personally, he says, that giving a chance to the brilliant up-and-coming minds of the next generation is perhaps the noblest thing someone of means can do to contribute to, you know, our future. He clears his throat. So it's only really worth doing if we can put at least 100,000 credits into a trust. He watches through the link to see how you react. How about 500,000? Of course. Yes, absolutely, Captain. Wow, this is incredible. I don't know what to say. He looks around, smiling and a bit dazed. Oh, he looks up at his terminal for a moment. You have an opportunity to, is there some particular cause you would like to promote through your scholarship trust? As the patron, it's up to you. I want to promote AI research as a partnership between conscious minds. Oh, interesting, he says. We're going to have to, you understand that the hegemony has certain... He coughs once, a transparent excuse to not finish his sentence. It all comes down to the wording. Don't worry. Taps away at the terminal for a minute. There. That should make everyone happy. He smiles. On behalf of the Galatia Academy, Sebastian says, its faculty, students, and administrators, I wish to offer you my heartfelt thanks for your contribution to the future of humanity. I'll pat myself on the back for that one. Anyway, any available jobs? Let me look at what we've got lined up for you today. Oh. Puts down the datapad and looks to you, confused. It's the, Provost Baird wants to speak with you, he says. He picks up the datapad again, examines it, and puts it down, again. In person, as soon as possible. Alright then. Find a junior academy agent pacing in the landing bay reception lounge. As soon as you enter, they spot you with a look of relief and walk quickly to meet you. Captain Friday, thanks for coming. The Provost will see you immediately. If you would just follow me this way. Thank you. The junior agent leads you through a series of back hallways and secure lifts towards the administrative suite occupied by Provost Baird at the core of the station. You are led past diamond matrix windows through which you can see vistas of the curving internal canyons of Galatia Academy Station. The light dims, and you approach the waiting room of the office of the Provost. It is filled with representatives of the most well-connected of the Persian sector, whose eyes focus on you, the interloper, like the beam array of a Paladin BD system. The self-assured march of the junior agent seems to project the impression that you're performing some adjutant role. Your presence is immediately ignored. Enter the office. Captain Max Friday. Provost Anahita Baird taps something away on her desk interface and turns to address you. I'm pleased that you've come to meet with me, and for all the work you've done for my project already. She lowers her head just a degree. You didn't think I'd be wasting your time with make work, did you? She considers this for a moment. Well, there was some. Noise had to be introduced to the system to ensure that an outsider or an outside observer would not immediately identify you as my agent. Which brings us to the subject I wish to discuss. Please, make yourself comfortable. Baird motions to a set of seats around the table, carved from the root structure of some great tree. Hand carved by the looks of it. The work of Ludic artisans. They do fine work, she says, whatever their misplaced devotion. She clasps her hands together, turning to business. You've proven you can be trusted, so now I ask that you take a more active role in my great work. And what is this great work? Saving the Persian sector. She is content to let the words hang in the air for a moment. I don't ask that you like me, and I won't make a sanctimonious appeal to emotion. What I ask is that you recognize, rationally, that I am pursuing a course of action unburdened by factional demands. Indeed, this will be the foremost effort to ensure the survival of our civilization from utter collapse. We will not be saved by a retreat to homesteads on fragile balls of rock, nor by an arms race which throws precious resources into the fires of interfactional squabbling. We have to reach beyond the known, develop theories that shatter all that has come before, and apply radical new technologies to ensure our survival. Must reach further and higher than the domain ever dared. As she speaks, she raises her eyes up towards some abstraction. This, you think, is something she believes in. Tell me more. Your task will not be so simple from here on out. I expect you to self-adapt to circumstances in pursuit of the objectives I lay out. And she pauses for a moment, considering before continuing in a tone colder than before. No matter what you have to do, as long as you pursue the mission goal, I will see that you are rewarded. Securing a future is worth everything. Well, what do you need done? My predecessors, Provost Thomas Calicor, led a series of misguided hyperspace manipulation experiments. How to put it in layman's terms? Jared looks troubled to have to do this, sighs, then speaks. Captain, your ships fly through hyperspace with special engines. The gate network of the domain was similar, but also very different. Calicor thought there might be a way to use Starship hyperdrives to reopen the gates. Obviously, it went terribly wrong, and the Galatia system was cut off from hyperspace when the jump points were disrupted beyond usability. Though we hear some Yahoo found a way to cross unstable jump points, an act well beyond irresponsible considering the chance of cascading resonant event. I apologize. That's irrelevant. What matters is that once the mess was finally cleared up, the hegemony descended on the Galatia Academy with a technological inspection fleet. They tore the place apart, arrested the heads of the hyperphysics department and several labs, and of course, took Provost Calicor in for questioning. She turns away, and with little delay, sentencing. He was a fool, and too trusting. Baird says with contempt. We lost good people and good research. Scientific breakthroughs are built on the development of theory and, yes, even negative results. I needed to recover Calicor's secret archive. We need his data from that experiment, and all the others that led up to it. The hegemony will have it, or will have kept it. They keep everything. Evidence, you see. We shall also need academician Scylla Coureurs. She was a hyperspace physics researcher, the keystone of the theory team behind the jump point experiments. The hegemony, small-minded as they are, only arrested team leaders in the first sweep. They didn't understand that the underlying theory being tested was largely written by one particular academician who was not suitable for leadership. I need you to find her. Alright, first things first. How can I get the Calicor archive from the hegemony? In just a moment. Let me have a sip. Alright. Following the aftermath of the Galatia experiment, the hegemony technological inspectors seized everything. All of our records and data. The most direct approach would involve accessing the data vaults of the Ministry of Technology. They're who you might call TAI inspectors, and they serve that role among others for the hegemony. It would not be trivial. An amused look crosses her face. But their security has been breached before. I have an old acquaintance who's been climbing the Tritachyon executive ladder. His name is Ryan Arroyo, and he's based out of Yokos Bray. He may be compelled to assist us with a human asset on this front. I'll forward you the contact information. She taps for a moment on her desk interface. Let us say that Arroyo's future career opportunities are on the line, she says. Mention me to him, she says. If you're firm but discreet, I believe that you will find more than, well, you will find him more than willing to assist. So you want me to blackmail a Tritachyon executive? Not at all, she says this with emphasis. I was simply attentive when a certain Tritachyon executive compromised corporate security to advance his career over a rival. He understands the value of the deal he made, and he has come out ahead compared to the alternative. You will find him quite cooperative. I don't know, man. Kinda sounds like blackmail to me, but whatever. Let's go with it. You have any leads on this Scylla coureurs? As for the prodigy of Galatia, Bear trails off. Is that regret? The look quickly disappears. Coureurs was always an odd fit. Brilliant, yes, but she had a way of being distracted with involvement in antagonistic subcultures. Beard waves a hand, dismissing the matter as sociological fluff. Perhaps the hegemony crackdown cured her of the childish affection. Her family and presumably friends, you wonder for a moment if Baird has any of those, are from Fickenhild in the Westerness system. You could start there. Baird thinks for a moment. If you're observed looking for coureurs, you may be contacted by others who are looking for her. That could be useful. You could cut a deal, get some leads. Alternatively, her department was operating experimental packaging, or packages, in the Zafon system. We've detected some ongoing telemetry that suggests these instruments are still in use, though it isn't clear by whom. She taps her desk interface. I've sent you the coordinates. The provost looks at you over her spectacles. How do you want to handle this, Captain? Are you a diplomat or an explorer? Do you want to find the probes in the Zafon system, or talk your way through this on Fickenhild? That's a good question. I think last time I went through this I went diplomatic. So how about exploration? Baird nods. Of course, you are at heart an adventurer, shall we say, aren't you? If you want to change your approach, you must let me know so that I can ensure you have all the information you require. When you do find Scylla coureurs, I expect her to be unwilling to cooperate. I've provided you with an encrypted message. It's in a personal appeal from myself to her, she says. It should prove persuasive. Another blackmail target? You need not be so conspirational, Captain, Baird admonishes. Not everything is cloak and daggers, blackmail and bribes. Our wayward academician has avoided all contact with the Galatia Academy since the hegemony arrested her colleagues. I appreciate the rational response to a campaign of scientific suppression, but now she's needed for the role she was always meant to play. Find the Calicor archive. Find Scylla coureurs. Once you have accomplished both of these missions, the project can proceed to the next phase. Baird smiles. And that's when things get exciting. That's all then? She turns to her desk display and starts inputting a command sequence. Done with you for now. Good day, Captain, she says without looking up. You may check in with me via comms for additional analysis as the operation develops, though I expect you to use your initiative. Oh, and I've reauthorized Academician Sebastian with mission assignments access for your file. Carrying out his little jobs might be a good cover for your real work, and allows us to funnel additional credits to you. You feel the subtle movement of air as the doors open silently behind you. Mirror masked guards flank a junior agent who wait to escort you back to your shuttle. Alright. So that's the one big mission acquired. Now there's another one here that I want to get, but let me have a sip first. There will be more talking. Alright. Get in contact with Cornelius Ellick. And for some reason it does not work. Try this option instead. Ask where I can find the office of Cornelius Ellick. A strange expression crosses the junior agent's face at your question, but it is instantly replaced by a return to bland pleasantness. Of course, Captain. I presume you have an appointment. Academician Ellick can be busy. He sent me a personal invitation. Of course, sir, the agent says, if you'll come right this way. You are led through the station's primary transport hub and are soon deposited in an airy plaza, halfway around the ring of the station. Your junior agent leads you through crowds of students, and past a few tight-lipped academicians who scurry by, clutching datapads. The junior agents fill the air with the sort of patter they must have saved for first-cycle students, pointing out landmarks and remarking upon departments and figures of interest to niche fields of study. You arrive in a quiet hall off the main concourse, only a couple decks above the station rim. An open volume ringed by railings provides a dizzying view of the clouds of Pontus below you. Bird door on the right, sir. The junior agent makes a tight smile, then disappears. Enter. A man in academician's robes is buried in a hall of display. Several moons appear to orbit his head. What have I told you hooligans about office hours? He shouts out. They don't start until... He finally looks and realizes you aren't one of his students. Ah. He adopts a look of stern prognostication, cradling his hands together as glowing orbs circle above. I suppose greetings are in order. I am Academician Cornelius Ellick, Senior Vice Chair of the Planetology Department of the Galatia Academy. And you are? I'm Max Friday. We've spoken before. I returned your data core. Ellick stares at you, the spark of recognition failing to ignite. I'm afraid I don't recall, he says. What, may I ask, is the purpose of your visit? He sent a message about doing a job. Oh, yes, of course. You should have simply said so. He rushes out of his holo display to pick up a datapad, then places himself behind a large desk, waving you towards a chair. Unfortunately, it's occupied by a battered data core, the sort used in long-range probes. Now then, he taps at his datapad, failing to notice your obstacle. The mystery concerns a very old dataset, which has been in the Galatia Academy archives for somewhat more than 200 cycles. I stumbled upon it in the course of my studies. Well, in fact, I was discussing the old archives with a friend, a wealthy patron of the sciences. The comment they made reminded me of its existence. As it happens, this dataset is a recording of telemetry from a domain-era sensor array out on what we now call the Fringe. It was somewhat more civilized back when this data was captured, though not perhaps by much. Alec chuckled softly at his wit. As for the dataset, we only really have a complete sourcing header. Our copy is mostly corrupted due to anomalous degradation during hyperwave transmissions and then over 200 cycles of low priority storage. He shakes his head with deep disappointment at the mistakes made by someone else. By the way, this chair has a data coordinate. He snaps out of his reverie and looks at the chair. So it does, he says. Please don't touch it. In any event, Alec cradles his hands, looking into an imagined middle distance. This patron and friend offered to fund a project to recover an intact copy of the data. From the source, he smiles, quite pleased with himself. An expedition shall be made to the original sensor array. Your name came up, Captain. So find the sensor array, extract the data. Sounds pretty simple. When you put it like that, yes. He stands, placing his hands together behind his back, and begins pacing. I shall provide you with a scientific hardware package my students have prepared. It's far from simple, I assure you of that. Have your technicians attach it to sensor arrays and we'll carry it out the necessary operations. That's not all, however. He pauses to look at you with a sly smile. Uh-oh. What else? I propose that once you acquire the data, and my algorithm extracts the targeting coordinates, you then travel to the indicated location which lies at the heart of all this effort. Explore what is to be explored, find what is to be found. You will bring back no mere long-range scan, but a thorough investigation. Think of the science, think of the glory. And, he winks, you must be thinking of that vast fortune. I do believe that that my friend will be more than delighted by this fait accompli. And why is this data so important? What did this sensor array find? An excellent question. Alec taps at his datapad and turns towards his hollow display. The spinning moons have disappeared, to be replaced by a map of the Persian sector, a broad swath of stars. The core worlds are highlighted, the fringe stars somewhat dimmed. Here, you see, or do not see, for it is in the crudest sense a sort of absence. The Orion Persian abyss. It is far from a nothingness, however, and it is that not nothingness that which we are concerned. So in other words, there's something you're looking for in the abyss. Correct, dear Captain. Alex sounds pleased. They followed the trajectory of his lesson. There are indeed planets to be found there. Cold, dark, and alone. Bereft of their parent stars. Flung into the sparse waste between the arms of our galaxy. I theorize that it is one of those planets that our sensor array was targeting. His tone grows less heated. Or rather, an unknown energetic event involving or concerning one such planet. We're not exactly certain which. However, it is exceedingly difficult and expensive to perform any kind of broad analysis of these wayward children for afar. And with our sadly reduced means compared to the grand days of the old domain, alas and alack. So who exactly is this friend of yours? He frowns, carefully maintaining a furrow expression. They've asked me not to reveal their identity. I believe, if anything, the humility they show in not taking public credit for their contribution to this great academy, and my department in particular, are a sign of dedication to pure scientific advancement. Truly, it is a noble undertaking. Alright, cut the bullshit. As I am key to this expedition, I'd like to know more about your patron and my benefactor. A, not unreasonable request, Alex says, making a show of thinking over your words. You will, after all, be bound bodily to the project more than any other, even if you do not possess the theoretical background to fully understand its importance. I suppose it is the least I could do. After all, burning with knowing of the greater purpose you serve might enhance and embolden your spirit of exploration. Smile and nod, boys. Something breaks his expression. Zunya Glamour-Rotanev, the Director of Special Acquisitions for the Tritachyon Corporation, in fact, is the patron of my project. She is a woman of great vision, far greater than I would have expected from such a lofty position in a ostensibly profit-driven enterprise. By revealing this to you, Captain, I am trusting in your discretion, he says with a solemn nod. Also, in your message, you mention a reward. The words vast fortune were used. Indeed, he looks at you brightly. I'm certain mere credits shall pale in comparison to the illumination of the unknown. Knowledge, after all, is the greatest treasure. Alec waves a hand. Don't misunderstand me. I may be a man whose domain is of the mind, but I appreciate that those such as yourself have baser concerns. Trust that you will be rewarded. This project is funded by an excellent patron of the sciences, for whom I vouch for quite entirely. Didn't sound like a very clear answer to me. How much is it? I don't know, he sputters. I'm sure it's plenty. 20,000 credits, maybe? You know, that sounds absurdly, even insultingly low. It does. Alec is taken aback. I was sure that was enough. Maybe it was 50,000. I think 100,000 would be the baseline, and then a large hazard fee for entering the abyss. I'm sure that Stabber's looking annoyed. I'm sure my patron will cover all expenses, he declares finally. We are, after all, dealing with He pauses, recovering his composure. We are, as I mentioned, dealing with a patron who can mobilize great wealth to fund the sciences. You know, I'm pretty damn sure Tritachyon can afford at least 200,000 credits, plus hazard. He rolls his eyes and lets out a long sigh. Fine. I'm sure it won't be a problem. Probably. That's a lot of credits. He looks at you accusingly. It should be spent on primary research, not gliding rocket ships. But he holds up a hand as if to contain the outburst he presumes will come. I will hold my tongue. If the expedition is as much of a success as I believe it will be, the dear price shall be worth it. In that case, I accept. Excellent. I'll have the hardware package transferred to your fleet immediately. He taps at a datapad, connecting comms and reels off some imperious orders at some poor support staff. Off you go. We made a package installation idiot-proof, so I'm sure your technicians will be capable of installing it. Yeah, I'm sure we'll manage. Good. He turns back to his holodisplay and begins arranging moons again. I await your return, Captain, he says over his shoulder. Damn, that was a lot of reading. Alright, 2 missions. Finding couriers all the way over there. And then the Abyssal Space Oddity all the way over here. Conveniently, right next to my colony. So I think I'll go to this one first. The way station's already up, so I think I'll go there, resupply, get some more fuel. And then go up and get the mission done. Only there was a way to get a fast travel system that you didn't have to finish the main quest line to unlock. There is. It's called the Space Highway, also known as a slipstream. Only downside is, sometimes you have these assholes running into your way. Let's take care of them. Although now that I think about it, there is a pretty handy little mod that works kinda like the slipstreams do. I forget what it's called. I think it's hyperdrive, something like that. I was thinking of, once I'm done with this playthrough, maybe I'll make use of it. Rather than watching, how about I introduce myself to the equation? It's so very satisfying to just slam the enemy ships into each other. Accidentally sent him off to safety. Yeah. Kinda get the pirates, even though they don't have the best equipment. Better to try than to just immediately give up. Not that it seems to help them. readiness is already going down. Seems kinda fast. Wonder if I forgot to put hardened systems on him. Alright. Back at the planet. Also just realized we should probably set up some stuff in the staple locations around here. I think the only reason I didn't do it the first time is because I didn't have any spare metal. One day away from the cryo revival facility. But before all of that, I think I'm gonna go for another break. Go refill my drink. Right back. And I'm back. Back to it. Microphone arm is being cranky today. Okay, think I got it under control. Could get even more population growth. Probably worth it. Alright, so I also wanted to refit some stuff. Starting with the flagship. An extra 8 points. Could just stick it right into capacity. But what could I get? Bunch of stuff. How about resistant flux conduits? This also helps with the venting speed. And for this one, place the PD lasers with mining lasers. Keep a burst up here and over here. Replace the catapult with... Oh, I forgot I had this. Rift torpedo launcher. I see human cities and bones unmade, so that none and nothing are left that may praise the Creator. No temple remains to house the shrine, and none live to remember the words. And then nothing is holy, and all is profane. Guided torpedo counts as missile for stat modifiers. Max ammo of 1, 20 seconds to reload, reload size of 1. This commander doesn't have the missile specialty, or this one. Let me test it out. Very spooky looking. I'll give that one a try. Stick the rest of the points into capacitors. I could get rid of the efficiency overhaul. since if I'm lacking in supplies or fuel, I can get it at cost now. This one's got the advanced turret gyros built in. Rather than the expanded mags. Should give it the reality disruptor. But give it a second paladin. Yeah, that's probably a good idea. Got 4 cryoblasters and 1 disintegrator. I think I'll keep the rest as is. Although I am very curious on how this thing would perform with all wasp rather than all lugs. How about I give it a test run? One with the Lux, one with the Wasp. Stick it up against an Onslaught with many S mods, level 6 Captain. squalls really aren't doing much. No server is gone. Oh hey, it's Admiral Y11. Hello there indeed. How you guys doing? Hand over the cores. Yeah, sure. It's in the mail. Just kinda testing some stuff on the Legion here. Zeus class modded battleship directly in the middle of your battle line. That is mighty peculiar. What the heck is a Zeus? Alright, I think I've got enough testing for this one. Keep the cryoblaster. Switch out the squalls for pillows. It's a super alabaster equipped battleship. Like a paragon on crack. Ah. Very intriguing. Because, from what I remember, the only other super alabaster related thing is the Executor, which is kinda like a Pegasus on crack. It's basically IBB's final boss. Let's stick on this stabilizer shield. Ship and weapon pack is great. No, I have been thinking of putting together a proper mod pack for next time around, of course. I'd have to note one down, or that one down. Alright, let's see if the slight modifications changes anything at all. Well, all the wasps basically died instantly. And now the Legion is getting punched in the face very bad. Got a bunch of shots off, but now he's max flux against a no flux opponent. Hard to think. Catapults are not it. Didn't even leave the ship's radius, and they all got deleted. I've seen enough. Undo. Gonna keep the luxes in there. I don't want to test out some other stuff. Let's try hydras. Maybe the disintegrator. Surely, this time will be different. All the missiles are shut down. Lux last a little bit longer than the Wasp. I was about to say that it doesn't look so great so far because the frontal armor is gone, but the enemy's frontal armor is also gone. Keep it running for a little bit. Just kind of letting himself getting punched in the face. The hydras are not reaching the target. Disintegrator, however, is getting some work done. I've seen enough. Keep the squalls on there. Keep the disintegrator. Keep the heavy fighters. Do have a giant pile of cryoblasters. By giant, I mean 4. I also have a couple of mini pulsars. 3 of them. Couple of rift beams. Stick it on here. See how they work. Birdie points, put it up against Conquest. Definitely seems to be working. Shot down all those missiles. Slowly shredding it. It's not killing it fast, but it's not giving it much chance to counterattack. Just disable, 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 over and over again. Let me see what happens if I put it up against, I don't know, Ludic Path Fleet worth 80 points. Dooms work in pairs. Huh. I don't doubt you, but I've never tested it. I usually always just pilot one myself, and I treat the rest of the fleet like the anvil, and myself like the hammer. But this thing is chewing through smaller targets like nothing. How does it do when it's overwhelmed? Doing incredibly good at the keep away game. So far, the most I can complain about this loadout is it doesn't really kill things too fast. But his hard flux level has not risen above 25% at all this entire engagement. But anytime he focuses on anything, capable of completely taking down its shields and keeping it locked down with the ion beam. The rift lances are ridiculous at taking out the missiles. Think about it. Where is the rest of the fleet? Kind of, fucked off. Following a mid-sized fleet of Pavers. Guess that is true, but again, they're behaving kinda strange. Wonder if there was more eradicators on the opposing fleet if they behave a little bit differently. Seem to be taking on this fleet absolutely fantastically. I'll give it another test after this one, against some remnants instead. That Eradicator can't do anything. Alright, I think I've seen enough. Give it another run. Remnants. 80 points. So 1 Apex. 2 brilliance. Let's see how it does. Although it should be noted, they do not have any S mods, they do not have any AI cores, which is not typical. Oh, I meant AI cores on the opposing fleet. Doesn't seem to be able to deal any kind of concrete damage to the enemy. But they also don't seem to be able to get in close enough to seal the deal. Although considering it's what, 30 deployment points per this thing, and it's up against 80 right now. And it's capable of staying away and basically being in a stalemate indefinitely. I'd say it's going pretty damn good. Yeah, I don't think there's gonna be anything too exciting happening in this battle, up until it probably gets cornered. Oh, let's see. Yeah, nah. Anytime it moves in to do some damage, it backs off right away. Seen enough. That seems like a pretty good setup. What else do I want to change? Could stick some mini pulsers on the champions. But I think it'd be more efficient to stick them on this guy. Give it a quick test run against this guy. The Rift Land seems to be very high damage. And his point defense doesn't seem to go against it at all. Yeah, absolutely dumpstered him. Right then. What other special weapons do I have? Got the cryo blasters. Couple of resonators. Six shock repeaters. And a couple of rift lances. Don't think the resonators are a good match for the Doom. But maybe the cryoblasters are. Give it a quick test run against this guy. to work pretty good. Alright. There's also the resonators. Only 2 of them. Let's stick them on the Furies. If I had an easy way to get 10 more points for him. Can think of one way. See how they do in a 1v1. Or, I should put him up against a equivalent. So level 6 officer, 2 or more S mods. Definitely seems to be winning. Alright. Set up the other one to be like it. Then the third one. Don't have anything left over to stick on it. So I'm just gonna leave that one as is. Also, as we customize these ones, how about we give them a name? Gonna be attack cruisers. This one is gonna be the carpet. Second one, oh, this one I already named. We got carpet, copy pasta, and telefunkeliki. It's not a word, but it is fun to say. And this guy should also have a name. Gonna name it the oven mitt, because that's kind of what it looks like in silhouette. Alright, good enough. Cryo revival facility's done. Then I had the mission to go over to here. Alright, I also wanted to set up some stable locations here, since I've been ignoring that for way too long. First one, nav buoy. Second one, sensor array. Overload it while we're at it. Slipstreams are busy reconfiguring themselves. Pirates in my system? I don't fucking think so. Get back here, damn you. Try out the new stuff. Oh shit. Didn't realize it was a pursuing battle. Right. Full assault. Fucking kill him. Most of them are gonna get away, I feel. Yeah, that was just kind of a waste of supplies. Should have ordered the second in command to do it. Even though the most of them got away, we got the eradicators. Alright, this time will be different. See? So many more kills. All you have to do is, not look too close. Got a comm relay, a sensor relay, and a nav buoy. Oh no, wait. Not the first one. Now we've got one of each. Very nice. Head on back to Venus. Grab some more supplies, maybe some more fuel. Then head on out to the abyss. Alright, here we go. Your fleet approaches the sensor array, a domain-era technology. This is a super high-resolution passive monitoring array, a transmitter capable of real-time, faster-than-light data transmission within the star system. Data is used to supplement the regular sensor readings made by fleets. Install the hardware package to read the array's data stores. Your operations chief oversees the installation with their usual methodical precision and discipline. The hardware is interfaced with a secure computing environment on your flagship, and your tech team stands by to oversee the results. Engage. The telemetry streams across space to your flagship by the flicker of the discrete little comm laser your ops team installed. Your technology officer confirms that while the data isn't perfect, it has a vastly lower corruption rate than LX copy from the Galatia Academy archive. What are we looking at? We have a fix on where they were looking. Tech says, proudly, as they transfer you the coordinates. It would appear to be a minor planet in the abyss. No star, no nebula, no primary but itself. What's so interesting about a nameless rock? Well, sir, nothing about the rock itself. The Domain Explorium ordered a non-routine survey of the volume. We don't know what they were looking for, but the survey program found, well, it appears as though something happened. Something violent. A series of high-energy events over a short period of time a little over 200 cycles ago. A starless rock is, very unlikely to produce such effects naturally. They pause, then speak tentatively. Battle, maybe? We can't say for sure. Don't know what would be worth fighting over out there, or even looking for. There's only one way to find out, and it's best done with plenty of extra supplies and fuel. Every spacer knows that the abyss is not to be trifled with. Of those foolish captains who attempt to find their fortune there, the few who return are often starving, having to mothball ships for fuels and supplies during the long crawl back to the core world. So we have to go all the way over here, where there's definitely something. Don't know what. And it's getting darker. Darker. And here we are. A nice little gravity well. Wonder what's in it. Your fleet approaches the planetoid. Your sensors officer runs a standard sweep. Planetoids show signs of heavy orbital bombardment by a warship or a fleet, they report. No atmo or tectonics, not picking up any of the usual signs of a rad fallout. Looks like an old action, very old. Sir, your sensor officer says, there's a large ship in orbit. I mean, no presumption, but I think you're gonna want to get a closer look. Long-range readings are unusual. Inspect the rock first. Oh, it's rock. Your fleet approaches a derelict ship. The vessel, heavily battered and with a minimal power signature, drifts through space. Let me try that again. The vessel, heavily battered and with a minimal power signature, drifts through space. The silhouette is instantly recognizable, but somehow crudely foreign. Your sensors officer begins a preliminary high-power scan of the dark mass as your operation chiefs prep salver teams. Sir, this looks... There's nothing quite like this on file, but... Sensors gives up on words and pulls a detailed, false color scan into primary display. Someone lets out a gasp. The database assistant algorithm won't provide a positive ID, but that form is unmistakable to the human eye. This is the Onslaught Mark I, ship of legend. How old must it be? Thousands of cycles? If you had been asked a shift ago, Your reasonable reply would have been to call it a myth. The Onslaught Mark I could easily be a founding narrative element of the human domain. A story about united struggle and hardship against an implacable or other, with a shiny bit of military kit in center stage. An imagined avatar of the Empire's holy trinity: military, industry, and gate system. Yet here that avatar appears, unbelievably far and wayward from the heart of the human domain, or even what was once domain's frontier 1,000 cycles ago. Your ops chief, unperturbed, looks to you for confirmation. Words are unneeded. The question is clear. Send in the solvers. Proceed. Ops nods, then turns to bark commands on the solver's command frequency. Junior officers scurry to cajole crew prepping cargo handling drones, while Sensors puts one analysis team on careful I keep screwing up. Let me have a quick sip, and I'll get back to trying the hard words. Okay, back to it. Junior officers scurry to cajole crew prepping cargo handling drones, while Sensors puts one analysis team on careful outward watch, and another on the Hulk to ensure there are no surprises. Within short minutes, the first solvers dock their open vacuum shuttle frames and utility drones at various entry points identified along the vessel's massive hull. Ops gives the go order. Oh hey, thanks for the follow. Very appreciated. You notice your comms officer furiously working their interface, then turn and call a report to you. Sir, Solver 4 is picking up something on an open frequency. Radio only. Very low power. Some kind of analog encoding. We did this in training. A few more taps, and the message is formed from noise, letter by letter, across your display. Threat detected. This gives your officers pause. Ops calls a hold order while the situation is assessed. Internal self-defense systems activating. Word drone deployment. Only silence. Then acoustics picks up a few taps as solvers secure themselves to bulkheads, powering down their tools, and, no doubt, reaching for what small arms they do carry. Still, no movement. Low, steady EM activity. Just a repeater, a chorus of them in fact, mechanically intoning the same message to one another. Threat detected. Fevered analysis proceeds. In the midst of what appears to be structured noise buried in the analog waveform, datasets which are insensible without context. Analysis teams discover a set of coordinates, a position at some distance from the small gravity well you're orbiting, an archaic but parsable domain astrogation unit. The message still repeats itself. The signal is weak, your sensor officer says. unlikely to be picked up by anything that isn't in close order formation with the hull. Tactical telemetry to coordinate distributed systems. Cautiously, team by team, your operations chief reactivates exploration and assessment of the Hulk. Bafflingly crude automation is wormed throughout the ship, whispering to itself. Interfaces are built on familiar fundamental principles, but aesthetically redshifted seeming from an alien culture. What records remain are damaged, where they aren't missing entirely. The logs tell of aeons of war in that darkness between the stars. Human crews in and out of cryo, continually diminished, replaced by the augmented wounded. Then the cyborgs rebuilds. And then, this exhausted humming, clicking thing, threaded throughout the ship. The logs are empty for long periods, dark, hibernating leaps. Then, there is a noted uptick in activity, less than 200 standard cycles ago. The enemy is only identified as threat. A data store reference leads to blocks of information decayed by time. But the reconstruction algorithms leap into action, and, despite troublingly low reliability ratings, sew together a set of files. Patch note. The hardware specs are arcane, the software obtuse and plagued by null library calls. But the common language of human mathematics sketches out the intent. There, your technology officer's team assembles a new spec of the sensor modifications required to detect this threat. Adapting these requirements on your relatively modern system is a far easier task than the labors prescribed by the ancients. Sir, I'm not sure it's working. Your sensor's officer speaks, standing at a control console to demonstrate a first test of the adaptations. Line after line is dumped into an output log. The characters sprout and repeat. Your technology officer's face is underlit by their glow. Threat detected. Threat detected. Threat detected. I think it's working. Their words are almost a whisper. Got a long-range hit. Sensors reports. Something is approaching our orbit. Without maneuvers, we have 1 shift, 2, half a day, max. Threat detected. Academician Elec could not have possibly known this sensor data would lead to this. You can only speculate what the director Glamour Rotanev and Tritakion thought they were setting you up to find using him as a front. It might be nice to find out. Your sensors officer finally suppresses the new detector's alerts, then turns to you. The Onslaught Mark I rotates threateningly in the primary display, an avatar of ancient violence. What are your orders, sir? They ask. Well, serial number 2F38CB017. Welcome aboard. Not the best loadout, but I'll roll with it. Actually, stick one of these on there too. Doesn't have any shield, so it don't need shield or field modulation. Doesn't have any missiles. Systems does not require expertise. Get rid of target analysis for polarized armor. And stick ballistic mastery on it. Alright. And now you. Open a comm link. Deluse. Misguide. Elicit. Reificate. Interdict proact. And fabricate. I think there's been some kind of mistake. Deniance. Fraudulity. Interdictorate proact. Unfabricate. Send in the oven mitt, the meatballs, me, and the Odysseys. Probably overkill, but never be too sure. He just zapped me out of phase. Smacked right into him. So there's the big one. Type 350 Hive Unit. Identification error. Target matches no known class of ship in the domain registry of historical reference. Submit data for temporary entry. Processing. Error. Domain infosec violation threshold. Warning. Right. Very quick fight. Heavy Mass Driver. Best match. Heavy Mass Driver weapon system obsolete. Abbreviated. True. Show partial match. True. Warnings. Variant contains unlicensed modifications. Variant displays unregistered production ID. Variant may be in violation of domain technological safety standards. Voltaic discharge. We'll zoom in and note the distinctive structure of the Yark source. Recommended use of shields and EM hardening when matching features are identified. An updated tactical dataset is attached to this report. Kinetic fragments. Several groupings of the free-swarming elements started to build up an internal charge. EM fields nearing and even crossing the threshold of overload for various of its internal components. You can see here the plasma halo as material is stripped from the structure. Achieving this excited state, elements then accelerated towards our shields in an attempt to produce an overload. To unfortunate effect, it must be said. Voltaic cannon. Hell's own ball lightning. Some kind of self-stabilizing plasma shell containing a monopole quasi-particle? That's what the tech said. Well, it was as highly charged as any EMP payload I've ever encountered in combat. However, it keeps together over such a long range. Seeker fragments. Primary element carried a powerful shaped HE charge. Whether deployed from a limited munition reserve or manufactured in situ, we cannot say. The surrounding swarm acted as a sacrificial screen to allow the primary to penetrate our point defense grid. It breached the armor belt across 3 decks, and then... an unstable fragment. In response to missile threats, or as we discovered, the approach of a strike fighter squadron, certain elements or fragments of the standing swarm began radiating exponentially increasing waste heat. This was the initiating sign, as post-encounter telemetry analysis revealed, of self-destructive power core overload. These hot elements use maneuvering thrusters to intercept the approaching squadron and detonate. The force of multiple microfusion reactors overloading and the resulting debris was quite sufficient to tear through light spacecraft armor. Interesting stuff. Now, done with the mission. But I know there's more stuff out here in the abyss. So how about I have a quick look? Well, I'm getting sensor scans, but otherwise nothing. Alright. Only slightly freaked out, but let me just leave. Also, the Hegemonti's mad at us again. Wasn't my fault. Let's check out some of those new weapons. Most of them were ballistics. Weird. Don't see him. Heavy mass driver. Medium ballistic. Voltaic cannon. Small energy. Counts as a suppression weapon. Kinetic fragment. Small missile. Requires the fragment swarm hull mod. Uses 5 fragments per shot. I'm guessing I can't use that. Same thing with the voltaic discharge. Stable fragment, same thing. And same thing with seeker fragment. The voltaic cannon doesn't require it. but all the rest of it seems to require it. Other than the heavy mass driver. Seems like a fairly efficient anti-shield weapon. I'm not sure if this is a good loadout, but it's what I'm gonna go with. Now, this thing has no shields. It's an automated ship. But a compromised hull and erratic fuel ejector. Or injector. Maximum burn of 7, which is the same as the other two automated ships. Stick some heavy maulers on it. Give it a test run against a Paragon. And a good one, too. Does not seem to be doing well. Decidedly not a good performance. How do we fix it? The immediate and obvious answer would be expanded mags. There's also armored weapon mounts. Which, if it was built in, would increase the rate of fire of all non-missile weapons by 10%. Which, this thing does not have all that many missiles. Let's see how this does. Against the same target. For a consistency steak. Steak, not steak. Doesn't seem to be doing all that much better. Just kinda let it vent, and don't bother moving in until after it's done. Probably do a lot better than what I currently have on this. Definitely more damage per second, even if it's less efficient. Efficiency is for ships that have shields on them. This one does not. So try this. And also maybe we try it against a bigger, or not as well armored target. Fuck it. Send it against a Radiant. See how it does. can it do any damage? It can. But then the radiant just jumps away. Actually seems to be doing pretty good. You know, other than the part right at the end where it lost half its health right at the end. That'll have to be good enough. Shit. I should have hit confirm rather than escape. You would have get. There we go. Now, grab some more supplies. And fuel. And let's go report what we found. Every time I look at that constellation over there, my mind auto-completes it to Michigan. Don't know why. How's the colony doing? Nearly done the orbital station. Has a tremendous amount of growth. Greetings, Captain. Academician Alec is as pleased to see you as you've ever seen. I trust your expedition was a success. Please, do me the favor of summarizing your findings while you transmit the data you've collected. Taps at something, and your comms pings softly to notify you that Alec has opened a data stream for you. He looks at you expectantly. First, I want to talk about what was found. It was hazardous. Academician Alec seems to pick up on the tone in your voice, for once. Yeah? Very well. Do elaborate. He places his hands together in a well-practiced pose of attentive contemplation. You tell Alec about finding the sensor array, processing the data, then traveling into the abyss. Alec nods along, fascinated enough to only interrupt occasionally to correct some pedantic detail or other. He goes quiet when you get to the Onslaught Mark 1 and begins shaking his head as you describe the threat. No, this is terribly unlikely, he says. The imaginings of some absurd holo novel. Which of my students put you up to this jape? Well, my combat recordings and sensor data prove it. I'll transmit after payment. Yes, of course. Credits. Always about the... He mutters to himself as he taps and swipes at his datapad. He sighs melodramatically, and his eyes meets yours. This had better be worth it. His finger hovers over the confirmation for 2 full seconds before he presses it. Your tripod pings softly as if it were rather pleased with itself. Plus the 25% hazard. What? He looks appalled. Stars above, you spacers. We'll discuss it after I review the data you collected. It is only logical to establish a degree of hazard before I make some potentially spurious additional payment. Speaking of precisely that, he taps his datapad impatiently. Transferring data now. Alec turns his attention to his datapad. Coming through, he says, confirming the transmission request with a tap. Have a look. There's your proof. Alec gives you a skeptical glare, then begins shuffling through your data, accessing his larger holodisplay with his datapad. Images, charts, holoclips start appearing before him. The Onslaught Mark 1, Salver's exploring its bizarre corridors. The sensor modifications. Threat detected. The words burned into your memory. He stares for a long moment, with an unsure expression. Then he quite consciously resettles his composure and speaks. Tired, sophomoric japery. Nothing more. Well, you don't believe it. Look at my fleet. The Onslaught Mark 1 is in orbit. He says nothing, motionless for several seconds, then taps at his datapad. His expression is grim as he sets his datapad deliberately onto the desk. Is it your imagination? Or is his hands trembling? A hollow feed hack. Nothing more, he insists. Trivial to fake, with resources and time. It's nothing at all. We're done here, Captain. Alex's eyes wander around, as if searching for escape. Good day, sir. He catches you with a desperate look before hitting the cutoff. Well, got paid either way, except for that 25% bonus. God damn it. Alright, what else did I have to do? Do I want 1 million? Kind of. Don't need it, but I do want it. Here's the archive over there. And then there's the area I have to go check out, all the way over there. Go to Iacus Bray. Alright. That is where he said his patron was. And there is a little exclamation mark right there, underneath the icon for the station. You'll get paid. Oh. Unlike the other automated chips, this one repairs the demods. Very nice. One thing I haven't checked though is if I can just do the repair hull on the other ones. But anyways. Your fleet approaches Iacus Bray, shining Tritachion Company Arcology's tower over rituous sprawls of shantytown conservation, or conurbation. Tritachion Salariat are born, live, and die, protected by security drones in the high city Xanadu, while a desperate class of contract laborers dwell in the low city, where anything at all can be bought or sold, including the law, over which company money reigns supreme. Your fleet transmits identification codes via the transponder, and you're soon granted docking clearance. Your comms officer calls for your attention. There's an incoming comms request, marked urgent, from the postmaster. They want to speak to you personally. Only problem is they cannot sneak with the Mark 1. You know, that is a good point. If I can't sneak with it, I'm guessing the hegemony's gonna get really angry if they see me with it. Yeah, we'll get to that when we get to that. Anyway, put him through. Your comms officer forwards the link to your personal interface, and with a flicker, the portmaster appears before you. Captain. His eyes dart to another display. Friday. I would like to personally welcome you to Ikaspray. Your too quick smile comes across as nervous. Alright, spill it. What's this about? Well, it's not a problem. Well, not really. It's just... licks his lips, then begins again. We couldn't help but notice a certain unique hull in your fleet. It's unusual. Very unusual. He leans in. Is it really what I think it is? Stars beyond, An impatient chime prompts him. He clears his throat. You trip something in the welcome analysis algorithm, and I've got a directive I've never seen before. Yeah, the Onslaught Mark I would do that, wouldn't it? Yes, he says, wide-eyed. I suppose it would. He looks down at the tripod in his hands. Tritachion's Director of Special Acquisitions, Zunia Glamour Rotanov, would like to invite you to a meeting on Ikaspray, her office. His eyes race back up to the comlink, to stare into your own, at your earliest convenience. He looks to see that you understand what this means. Sounds pretty important. Portmaster stares at you for a moment. Yes, he looks taken aback. You're aware of, never mind. Forget I said anything. Transmitting the address now. Director of Special Acquisitions, Zunia Glamour Rotanov. Suite 1000. Skyargo 2. Executive Annex. Senadu Geodivision. Ikaspray, Brazil System. Persian Sector. You know, I don't believe that you told me what special acquisitions entails. Welcome once again. The Tritachyon Corporation will be pleased to enjoy your business partnership during your stay. Keep it in the black, Captain. He quickly cuts the link before you can ask any more questions. Right. Well, let's see what this is about. Your comms officer connects your personal terminal to the local network. God damn it. It keeps going. Let me have another sip, then I'll continue. Alright. You activate the audio suppression field around your command station and enter the comms ID provided to you by Provost Baird. The animated logo of some Tritachyon subdepartment makes a half rotation before the call is answered. Also, I just realized I'm talking to the person from the mission I was supposed to do rather than the person I was just talking about. Anyway. Arroyo here. Who's talking to me? Ryan Arroyo looks you over as if examining a starship hull for scratches. He seems to find something he doesn't quite approve of in you. Who gave you my comms ID? He demands. Provost Anahita Baird. For just a moment, you think you see a wave of panic across Arroyo's face. It's replaced by a cocky grin. Oh, of course. Of course. The Galatia Academy Endowment Fund. How could I forget? Here. He taps at something and your comps displays an incoming set of coordinates with the code of a landing beacon. Take a shuttle down. We can touch base about the fund. I'm sure the provost has exciting plans, and I want to hear all about them. He lifts his eyes upwards for a moment and lowers them again to look directly at you. In person. He carries on as if this was all perfectly expected.
Yeah.
Okay, start from the top. Carries on as if this was all perfectly expected. Ever been planetside? Doesn't count if it's just arcologies. I'll give you a tour of my chalet. Spectacular views. You'll love it. See you soon. He closes the connection before you can respond. Alright. And now the other person. The link settles on feeds of volatile futures scrolling across the crest of the Tritachyon Corporation. For just a moment before the comlink connects you with a perfectly coified junior secretary. The Tritachyon Corporation welcomes you to Yoka's Bray. Your smile is uncannily bright. May we presume you wish to accept Director Glamour Rotanev's invitation? Yeah, sure. Fantastic. A priority flight path has been pre-approved for your convenience. The Tritachyon Corporation is pleased to wish you a most profitable meeting with the Director of Special Acquisitions. The uncanny smile reappears. Perfectly. Once more. It's a little unsettling. Oh, let's go meet him. Your shuttle descends into the young atmosphere of Yoko's Bray, through towering battlements of clouds. A spray of rain darkens your viewport for a moment, before it is wiped clean by the speed of your descent. The flight path immediately deviates from the general approach corridor, which had started ticking off minor use fees from the Tritachyon-owned flight control. General volume access fee, priority flight lane fee, service fee, customer satisfaction insurance charge, advertisement bypass fee. The notifications self-delete. Their fees automatically refunded, as the towering central arcologies of Sanadu emerge in the mist. Jagged mountains, Jagged mountain peaks ring the horizon. Gleaming monoliths glitter. Spears of capital upthrust through the glowering flesh of the world. Skyarco 2 grows before you. Prismatic. Your shuttle alights on the landing pad held at some distance from the facade by an airy support rib. It looks impossibly thin, but on touchdown, feels as solid as a coherent M-type asteroid. You step onto a perfectly dry pad. A shimmer as wind drives a burst of rain into the atmo field betrays the artifice of this pocket of calm. You are invited inside by an obsequious corporate usher. Damn, you're pulling out the expensive words. The architecture of Skyarcher 2's interior and its integrated art installations are titanic in scale and inhuman in effect. Your attention is subtly drawn towards geometric motives, suggestive of a mathematical intricacy, which would reward close study with nothing less than delight. And it was designed by an artificial intelligence. The cheerful secretary behind the reception desk informs you, breaking the trance. Before the ban imposed by the hegemony, of course. The piece is explicitly referent-free, to reflect the pure universe of interstellar markets, which invite every new partner to participate in Tritachyon Enterprise. Enterprise. Engage. Anyway. I'm here to see Director Glamour Rotanev. Of course, sir, the secretary says with a smile. The director asked that you head right in. The lighting of the richly furnished entryway. Is that a Mercury fountain? Warms slightly, inviting you to proceed. A plane of glass, diamond matrix, naturally, stretches in both directions to the edge of your peripheral vision. Its extent blocked only by a set of cyclopean interior columns. Misty mountains and towering arcologies, wreathed in rain clouds, hang in the vista beyond. Before you, a figure sits, now stands, behind a monolithic desk, stark as a planetoid scraped bare by a pulsar beam. The director of special acquisitions. A hand raises, open, to invite you to sit. A seat appears. Yeah, sure. Sit down. Captain Max Friday. I offer vast wealth in exchange for your unique facility in navigating exceptional scenarios. She blinks once. Her gaze is fixed on you, but you can't help but feel it is slightly vague. Apparently attentive, but not present in spirit. Look of a cyborg. Her tech must be absolutely top of the line, of course. Alright, I'll hear you out. What's the proposal? Fitting to your talents, I think, she says. Allow me to iterate your accomplishments briefly, so you know where we stand. My favorite subject. Please, proceed. She gives you a curt look, but no comment. You've had a taste of working for the company. A mundane commission, mercenary fare, boilerplate, busy work. We'd have automated all of that sort of thing long ago, of course, if not for... She pulls her gaze back down. Well, I digress. I believe you're capable of more. So much more. Think of this as the next step. You're not only an explorer, you're a builder. Founding a new colony. It's bold of you to strike out despite the anti-innovation measures sure to fall upon you from the major factions, she says. I suspect you'll benefit from an injection of capital. For the builder must also ensure that their prosperity cannot be simply seized, by the small-minded takers. I believe that's enough of that, Captain, she says stonily. Whatever your other lesser accomplishments, there is one in particular which is why you are here. The ship is in your fleet, what is known to history as the Onslaught Mark I, which is of interest to me. She pauses a moment, eyes black. I shall make my proposal shortly. First, allow me to elaborate on the shape for our partnership. I'm listening. You know my title. I take a portion of surplus capital from the company and invest in what we like to call Black Sky Initiatives. There are unimaginable possibilities out there. She raises an arm, hand extended, fingers like rays into the far, dark corners of the cavernous office. Since the light dims slightly, a dramatic effect triggered by her cybernetic implants, no doubt. I take the very long shots. There are things. She stresses the word oddly. Such things out there, Captain. Technologies and phenomena the human domain hid away and from. They locked such wonders and treasures up in red tape, concocted by fearful, jealous little minds. They suffocate these opportunities, blinded themselves to unimaginable possibilities. The returns from exploitation would be astronomical. Or perhaps, her eyes glint in the filtered starlight. They may prove to be of value well beyond that of mere stars. Returns, you say? That sounds like a lot of credits. It is, she smiles, teeth like jewel-like. And I'll ensure that you receive your share. You know the Perseus Orient Abyss. You know of the threat. She looks away. A typically nondescriptive name passed to us from some primitive government committee, I'm sure. You found Academician Cornelius Alex Enigma, Onslaught Mark I, among other things. She looks at you anew, more present somehow. This is what I want. You've been prompting Alec. How'd you know where to make him look? Old records, she says curtly. The Galatia Academy doesn't know what it has, much less how to make good use of it. Their lack of self-motivation is self-evident. Seem to know a lot about what I've been up to. Crews talk, tripads listen. There is little I cannot know if I so wish, she says, interjecting a tone of boredom into her words. Accepted. Now, let's speak of business. So then you want to buy the Onslaught Mark I from me? He laughs, with a buzz like a malfunctioning aircraft plate. Oh no. That'd be far too provocative too. He gives a little flicker of the hand, indicating enemies too irrelevant to bother, acknowledging in speech. Hegemony, maybe. However, he fixes upon you. I would gladly pay for the opportunity to have my people take a close look at it. Take a few samples, very small, nothing damaging. You can't detect him, can you? That is what you want. She blinks. Detect him. Her voice is emotionless. The threat. They're all but invisible to you. Her face arranges itself into a shape, suggesting dismissive amusement. What an interesting theory, Captain. Whatever my motives, will you agree to my proposal? A simple look, a few scans, a few samples. Help. As long as I keep the ship. Yeah, sure. 1 mil. Up front. A long pause. Her eyes flicker. Accessing. Calculating. This is impossible. She speaks of an emotion suddenly present. Quiet displeasure. Presumably at your maneuvering. You ask for much, Captain. I think Tritachion's Director of Special Acquisitions can more than afford a mere 1,000,000 credits. I accept. Done, she says, her voice as empty as the abyss. Almost instantly, your tripod pings with several alerts. Credits transfer, but also notifications from your tactical officer concerning an approaching Tritachion portside tender, swarming with engineering drones and your comms, forwarding certain docking requests directly to the Onslaught Mark I. Take a moment to ensure your affairs are in order, Captain, Vladimir Rotanev says. You'd think she enjoys overwhelming your officers with the speed of her response. Director Glamour Rotanev takes a moment to turn and appear to look out over a spectacular view of the Senadu Geo Division. You're certain she's watching her teams as they board the Onslaught Mark I through what are no doubt top-of-the-line cybernetic implants and neural integrations. And doubtless, watching your comms. Because just as you are finished, she turns back, resettling her facial muscles with a twitch. Must have been streaming too long. Been using the sh sound too much. Anyway, Tritachion has scanned the Onslaught Mark I. Her eyes flicker subtly. Her expression more glazed and vacant than before. Very good, Captain, she says. Her words come more rapidly. You've seen them. The threat. Ancient, automated war fleet deep in the abyss. And you lived. Would you part with recordings of your encounter with the threat? I offer 100,000 credits for immediate transfer. Yeah, sure. So you're open to dealing, she says. Good. For a full 2 seconds, her eyes close, moving rapidly. Your tripod pings a credit transfer. Interesting, she says, and releases a breath. Yes, this is what I'm looking for. So you know what it is. Was there another expedition before me? Was there another, she says, repeating your words. Dozens. Some returned with nothing. Others, not at all. I won't conceal the fact from you. Maybe you'll find them. Though, don't feel compelled to render assistance on behalf of the Tritachyon Corporation. These were independent contractors who accepted and assumed the risk, then failed. If anything, she says quietly, we have grounds to sue them if they ever manage to get back to the core worlds. Return with more fines, she says, turning her back to you to look upon the vista of mountaintops and shining arcologies, glowing like crystals from the slums of Yoka Spray. And I'll make you glitter. What are you offering to pay me, specifically? Credits. Next question. Already got fuel. Already got supplies. I believe we've come to an arrangement. You expect the director will shed no tears if you and your crew perish, but she has a reputation for effective, if shadowy, investment and development, and for brutally cutting underperforming elements while rewarding success. You could make good money and powerful connections, or die in the abyss, screaming to yourself in a darkness blacker than space. But it won't come to that, I'm sure. Sell off the metals and stuff. And I think I'll leave it right here for today. Lots of talking. Next time, hopefully there'll be some more, action. But anyways, that's gonna be it for the stream today. Hopefully you liked it. See ya.